Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you had a nice evening yesterday. I'm quite sure that all the people who were at the dinner yesterday enjoyed it a lot, and thanks again to our Mauritian hosts for a lovely evening that you organized. So today what we have, we go straight into the substance. As you well remember, yesterday we had a more like a high-level day, let's call it this way. And now today we can start actually discussing and seeing on different experiences that countries have and different strategies. So for the start of the day, it's probably a most important, most interesting session, because you get to hear about national strategies, and then on the Mauritian case as well, the new cybersecurity legislation of 3 countries, which will be, I'm quite sure, quite interesting. And so first of all, you have an excellent opportunity to ask a lot of questions from our hosts. So we will have up here Mr. Kaleem Ousmani, who everybody knows, who will talk about the next steps for Mauritius in new National Cybersecurity Strategy and Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Act of 2021. So after his presentation, we will have 2 a bit shorter engagements by Kaleem's colleagues from 2 other countries. So first of all, we will have Mr. Paul Katema from Malawi, and then we will have Colonel David Kanamugire from Rwanda. So I guess let's get started. So Kaleem, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Anes, for introducing me. And what Anes has said, that I'll be talking about national cybersecurity strategy, as well as about the new law which Mauritius has enacted in December 2010. So, but before that, a little bit about, for those our guests who are here from Africa, what normally we do quickly. And then based on to that, I will be able to quickly explain that what we are doing in terms of devising a new cybersecurity strategy, as well as then we can talk about the law, okay? So if I just move on to the next slide, a little bit about CERT. And CERT Mauritius is a national CERT, and we are here since 2008, and that's one of the oldest CERT in Africa, after Tunisia. So that's what when we have been set up in Mauritius. Secondly, also CERT, since we are the national CERT, we are driving the national cyber security initiatives in the country. And then also there are different institutions at the level of the ministry, like IT security unit, who is present here, some of my colleagues, they're sitting here. And they also look at the ministries and departments part of cybersecurity coordination. So that's something what, again, we do. And being a national cert, we also assist ministry in devising the national cybersecurity strategies and the policies, and we also promote cybersecurity at the national level. And also a little bit about CERT's role into bringing to the and contributing to the indexes, which I think Rolric was talking yesterday with the minister and in the ministerial panel. Even Hannes mentioned about it. So we also have been contributing into that indexes for the country, and this is where also we have one role to play, and that's what, again, something at the level of CERT does. Quickly about some of our services. Here I may not be long, just a very quick. And as I think I'm not moving the slides here. Yeah. So these are some of our services: incident handling and coordination, like any other cert, which they do. That's there. Second one is we are talking about the vulnerability scanning and penetration testing. We all know that what it is. VNPT is one of our, again, a service which we provide at the level of the cert. And then also, we are issuing security alerts as part of any other certs around the world they do. And that's a regular feature, and it is done more or less whenever we have a vulnerability, and then based onto that, we issue alerts to the whole constituency and the communique that also goes on. Then assistance to organizations in the implementation of ISO. This also is one of the services which we provide. And number of organizations, they have been benefiting out of this particular service, and still this service is on, okay? Also, we carry out second-party information security audits and technical security assessment of IT infrastructure. That's, again, one of the services where we are talking to private sector. We provide the service to them. And then cyber security drills. So this, again, we have started as from 2016, in fact. So we started at that time. We have conducted the first drill with ITU, and then after that we take over, and then we have been conducting the national level cyber drills as well as international drills, which we have been doing since 2016. And these are some capacity building, and as mentioned yesterday, that we have set up ITU Center of Excellence, and ITU Center of Excellence allows us to build capacity in the region, in Africa, as well as even countries outside Africa. They have been joining on the training programs, and they have been benefiting out of those training programs. Recently, we have done one training on digital forensics, essentials, and that was, again, a successful training in terms of different participants from Africa. They have attended that training program, okay? Then we are having the international forums and on cybersecurity. I think one of the examples is just we are sitting here today, that's one. And then also child online protection. This was discussed yesterday by the Rwandan Honorable Minister, that child online protection is another issue which many countries are facing, and again, that's there in Mauritius. So we also are dealing with the child online protection. That's, again, one of our service which we normally provide. And publication of cybersecurity guidelines for businesses and general public. So that's, again, important. Education is important. So that's, again, something already we have that. Now coming back to the national cybersecurity strategy, so a little bit about what we have done in the past and what we are planning to do now. So if you see that Mauritius has come up with two national cyber security strategies. So one we have been calling as National Cybersecurity Strategy, and the other one was National Cyber Crime Strategy. So if you see here, National Cyber Security Strategy was finalized and approved by the cabinet in 2014. So it was a five years strategy, and then that what we had, which had some 28 projects and actions, were defined over a period of 5 years. So that was one, and it was specifically focusing onto cybersecurity. Then after that, we have also come up with the cybercrime strategy, and the focus of a cybercrime strategy was to have a kind of a focus onto cybercrime investigation, and it was much more focused towards investigation and the prosecution. And accordingly, a number of projects were included in that particular strategy document. Okay. So there were 17 actions were defined over a period of 3 years, and both the strategies lapsed in 2019. And then we started working onto the new strategy. So if I just quickly give you some sort of experience what we face, I think that's important for the countries to understand that what has worked and what hasn't worked, and I think is good to know. So if you see here, to secure the cyberspace, so that was one of the pillars where we talk about 8 projects. So, and then to enhance the resilience to cyber attacks, so we had 5 projects in that. So one is the proactive approach, one is the reactive approach. And then also we have been able to have another pillar on efficient collaborative model for the purpose of advancing national cyber security. So here we have been talking about this risk assessment, in particular by the organizations in order to carry out that 10 projects we had here. And then to improve the cyber expertise and the comprehensive cybersecurity awareness. So 5 projects were there. So awareness, like any other strategy, is important. And even we have been talking yesterday that how sensitization, awareness, and education is important, and capacity building is important, because at the end of the day, every country is in shortage of cybersecurity professionals. So training and education is important from different perspectives for the users, for the citizens. Awareness is important. For professionals, we need to have a capacity building program which allows us in order to train those professionals. So if I get back to the this one, focus of national cybercrime strategy. So if you see here, as I said, that focus was on law enforcement agencies. And especially if I take an example of Mauritius, the challenge which, again, the country is facing is all about expedited investigation and the prosecution of cybercrime cases. So that was one of the focus. So we wanted to improve onto those functions, including the investigation and the prosecution, especially at the level of, let's say, judiciary, through this particular strategy which we have come up with. And the focus, again, here was to provide an effective legal framework for investigating and prosecuting cybercrime. And as a result of this particular pillar, what we have come up with is we have come up with a new law. So what we did, we had the law in Mauritius known as Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act since 2003, but we wanted to have that law enhanced, because if we talk about 2003 and now, so there was a gap of some 17 to 18 years, and especially in this particular period, the technology has evolved and it has become complex, and then accordingly, also the piece of legislation has become old. The reason why old, because there are certain offenses which we had does not cater for the emerging threats which we have today, okay? So that's what we had the focus on, to work with international counterparts to improve cooperation in cybercrime. And that's another important factor we have been talking yesterday into the last panel, where the regional collaboration and international collaboration is important. The countries, they have to talk to each other. Stakeholders, they have to talk to each other. And if they do not do, then normally it doesn't move, because cybersecurity is all about joining a chain, and that chain is all about talking to different stakeholders who are that part of that chain in order to resolve cyber crime or resolve incidents. So that's again, we had that pillar into this particular strategy, and action plan contained 17 projects. So quickly, that was 2 strategies, how many projects, and what were the pillars. Here, some sort of information which I can say that what was achieved, because many strategies, they have a long shopping list, but some of the projects are not completed, or let's say we are not able to complete, or the countries, they're not able to complete. There's a reason for that. And that reason what I wanted to discuss, and that challenges we have taken. And then accordingly, with those challenges what we faced here, we have tried to have those challenges overcome into the new cyber security strategy, which we have nearly finalized. And then also the other bottlenecks. So what we realize basically is that once we have these strategies, so for implementing some of the actions, we did not had any legal provision in the law, because some of the projects, they required a legal provisioning, and since we didn't had that, we could not do that. That's one. Secondly, also what we have realized that the maturity of the country, because there are certain actions for that, the country has to be mature. There has to be a preparedness for that. So if we are not prepared for those projects to be rolled on, then we might not be able to do that. So that's the second thing what we have faced, and accordingly we saw that, no, this is how it has to be, because even the strategy could be a shorter, we can have few actions, but those actions are achievable. So that's something important. So this is what the countries, they have to have some kind of their needs assessment or gap analysis they need to do in such a way that what is a priority, and then that is achieved, and then that's done, because it requires number of things. Strategy implementation requires the top management commitment or the government commitment. It requires legal provisioning. Again, it requires budget. And at the end of the day, what it requires is the resources. If we do not have the right resources, it never become successful. So these were some of the challenges which we saw in implementing these two strategies, and based on to that, we have come up accordingly. But some of the things which we have been able to do through those two strategies were Ashley, yeah. Yes, so if I say legal framework assessment, we did that, and we have come up with a new law. I'll be talking shortly about the new law. Awareness, we have been doing cyber security drills. We have started doing it. International and regional cooperation. Here also, we are doing these activities, National Cyber Incident Response Plan. And yesterday we have discussed. So we have come up with a National Cyber Incident Response Plan. That's a kind of emergency, a cyber crisis plan, when if there is any critical incident hits the country, then that plan could be executed. So that's where we are working into the execution of that plan, and this is, I think, important for our country to have that. And one of the questions which role has asked the ministerial panel that what kind of a preparation you have once you get struck by any incident which is critical in nature that could blows your critical infrastructure. So for that, we have to have that plan. And that plan allows what? It allows to have some sort of continuity which could be restored quickly. And that's what National Cyber Incident Response Plan is. And what we did is that we look at that plan. We have aligned it with the MITRE attack taxonomy. We have set up the whole committee for that. We have whole help desk that has to be initiated as soon as, let's say, the plan is rolled on. It also talks about that once the committee sits and talks, so what are the different roles of that committee members, who does what, when the minister chairs that committee, when the permanent secretary chairs that committee, what is the severity of that particular incident. So all these parts which we have able to integrate into our National Cyber Incident Response Plan. National Cybercrime Strategy, that's what we have been able to achieve, and I'm talking about it. And of course, the Merchant Cyber Crime Online Cyber Crime Reporting System. And that's, again, somebody yesterday said that what is required, first of all, for any country to have, to understand that what kind of threats they are facing, there should be a reporting system. And if we are having a centralized reporting system, that's much better. Why? The reason is that it allows to you to understand what kind of threats are there which are reported, and accordingly, the risk profiling of your country's cyber threat landscape can be done accordingly. So that's what Murko's is all about. Now, some of the, I think all of them have just said that out of 28 projects, 15 projects have been initiated. Out of 15, 10 projects have been completed and 5 were in progress. So they were all these. And why some of them they have not been completed? Because of the challenges which I've been talking about. So I'll just move on because we have other speakers also to talk about. And then critical information infrastructure framework implementation. So that's something is a part of the new law. The framework has been set up, but now the other step is to implement this particular framework. Conducting mandatory information security audits for critical infrastructures is a part of the new law. and the setting up of the National Cybersecurity Committee. And this committee is being constituted right now, and it needs to be finalized as soon as possible. So that's what ministry is working on, okay? So, and that's the apex level committee at the level of governance committee at the level of the country, which will coordinate the cyber security matters in the country. And this was a little bit about our cybercrime strategy. So these were the projects, IT legislations, I discussed about it, dynamic legal framework, which already we have been able to complete that, build capacity and police training on cybercrime assessment exercise, national cybercrime online reporting systems completed, regional assistance on cybercrime, reinforcing mutual legal assistance. This also we have tried to plug it into our new law. I'll be talking a little bit about that. And then educational campaigns. So these were some of the projects which were there from the previous strategy. Here is the something which I wanted to quickly highlight, that how the new strategy looks like, and a little bit discussion onto that, then I just move on to the law. So looking at the challenges, what we face from 2014 until now, then what we have done is that we have been able to have those challenges try to address, which we are coming up with the new strategy document. So here if you see, these are the pillars, but these pillars are still under discussion. It's not a final strategy anyway. It's just a thought process of different stakeholders. They're talking about it. So if you see a resilient infrastructure, in resilient infrastructure, we are talking about enhancing protect the critical infrastructure. So critical infrastructure framework, we have been able to set it up. Now we need to implement it. So that's something what we need to do. And that's important because critical sectors are important for Mauritius as it is for other countries. Respond effectively to cyber threats. So here also, we are working on to national cyber threat information sharing platform. So that platform is also more or less ready. We need to launch that platform which allows us to share information and cyber threat information, especially with the organizations. Now, a robust legal framework, here already we are talking in terms of the new law, which we have come up with, secure government information systems. That's already there. A safer cyberspace, combat cybercrime, and improve incident reporting. So it's like an enhancement what we have been doing, let's say, into the previous strategies, promote collective responsibility for cybersecurity. And then also strengthening a regional and international partnership. So most of the focus is here because now we realize that we have to outreach to different people. And secondly, also since Mauritius forms a part of the UNGGE and the OEWG group, which sits at the level of United Nations. So there we are also talking in terms of adopting the cyber norms, because some of the 11 cyber norms, out of those cyber norms, many of them already we have been able to implement it, and some of them we have to see that how this could be implemented. So those processes also we have taken into that account, so that accordingly the implementation of those norms are also in place. And then internationally there is a recognition, and then we are able to talk to our partners in the region as well as outside in order for us to have a better collaboration. So that's what a little bit a new strategy talks about it. And here if you see, that's what we want to enhance and strengthen. Enhance cyber infrastructure, strengthen the resilience of critical infrastructure, strong public and private partnership, and that's what Minister mentioned yesterday into our National Cybersecurity Committee. We have a representation from the government as well as from the public sector as well as from the civil society. And also it makes provision that depending on the incident from a sector, if there is a need be, that member could be adopted for that particular committee meeting. So nobody is left out, and that's what this National Cybersecurity talks about it. Professional work capacity enhancement, this is again important. So we are working towards organizing much more result-oriented trainings, because some 6 trainings have been organized through ITO Center of Excellence, but we want to be much more focused. So mix of a hands-on, mix of management, as well as also doing trainings which will be helpful for the professionals in the country as well as outside to benefit from. And also child online safety, as already said, this will also further enhanced. And security measures for electronic transaction using cryptocurrencies. So that's also is a kind of a focus for this new strategy. So in a nutshell, quickly, that's what it talks about about the national cybersecurity strategy. And maybe in few minutes, I can just talk about the cyber security and the Cyber Crime Act 2021. So just getting back to old law, as I said, that we wanted to enhance that law for different reasons. One is the emerging cyber threats. That was one of the reasons. Second reason why we wanted to enhance that law to have a national level governance committee. That was the second component. Third component is that we have able to add 19 offenses in the new law, if you just see, because our previous law talks about just 7 offenses. We had those 7 offenses, and then we have tried to modify the scope of those 7 offenses, and then after that, we have added 12 new offenses into our new law. I can quickly just run through because of the time, and after that, maybe we can talk about more. Other thing which the law talks about is the critical information infrastructure protection framework. So that's again there. What also we did in the new law was the investigation procedures. So the enhancement of investigation procedure, the way the investigation and the prosecution needs to be done at the level of the law enforcement as well as at the level of the judiciary. And then the last component here, it also talks about international cooperation. And this particular law is aligned with the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime as well as the Malabo Convention. Malabo Convention, and Malabo Convention is the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. So in a nutshell, this whole law talks about these different sections, and according to what I understand and the way we have worked out this particular law, more or less is captures most of the threats what we are facing in Mauritius, especially because even if you look at the language of the law is a very neutral language, because if I say unauthorized access, so unauthorized access intentionally without right, if I say in these lines, then definitely because it's quite young, because it could go for some, again, 10 to 11 years, depending on if we need to have a specific provision in the law which allows us to amend that. So definitely there are ways what we can talk about it, because if you look at the new protocol of the Budapest Convention, it talks about to have a specific, let's say, provisions for different things into your law. And those specific things, if they are not there, that could be captured into this particular law at a later point of time. So that's what this law talks about it. And quickly, that's what I just said. And here, if you see that these are basically the new offenses: unauthorized access to computer data, unauthorized interception. So all those which are highlighted in blue, they are the existing. They were the existing offenses. We have aligned them with the Budapest Convention, and then also we have the new offenses, so unauthorized interference, and this talks very much about the DOS and the DDoS attacks. So these kind of threats are captured through this particular section of the law. Computer-related forgery itself, it has a very wide scope, and whatever we talk about in terms of intrusion, in terms of extortion, this again covers that part in terms of computer-related forgery, misuse of fake profile, and that's also something we have added, because what we saw in the country, misuse of fake profile. Why misuse? Because fake profile in itself, if we see, is an offense, because even how social media agencies, they allow, or in principle, if you see that, or from the ethical perspective, if you see that, even fake profile should not be created. So, but if fake profile is created and somebody is using that fake profile for something constructive, there is no issue in this particular law. So I'm not saying that it is something right, but what we are saying that if somebody is using that fake profile to harm somebody, then that becomes a kind of a offense in this particular law. So that's what we are talking about, misuse of fake profile. And then cyberbullying. Cyberbullying it was already covered somehow somewhere into the previous law, but we wanted to be very specific because over time, the way cyberbullying has evolved into the country as well as in other countries, it has changed drastically. So, I mean, just because of that reason, we have a specific offense into the law, and then the cyber extortion. Cyber extortion is something, again, has been included. Now, if you look at the revenge pornography, this is also something very rampant in the country. Many countries, they have it. Lots of cases have been coming up with revenge pornography. That's why it was included. Cyber terrorism, we all know that what is the reason to include, because now the cyber and the information technology is the means and of connecting everywhere. Infringement of a copyright and related rights. So we have the Copyright Act 2014 in the country, but specifically the cyber component was not captured into that particular law. That's why we have included the infringement of copyright and related rights here. Okay. And then the increased penalty for offenses involving critical information infrastructure. So this is also something important because we understand the importance of disruption of critical infrastructure. So once any critical infrastructure is in a way obstructed or if it is in a way brought down and it's not functioning, and as we have been talking yesterday, that's really could have the debilitating impact and effect onto the country's whole functioning of different things. If we talk in terms of the utilities, or if we talk in terms of water supply, if we talk in terms of communication, if we talk in terms of any other system, aviation sector, for example. So that was one of the reasons why we have the increased penalty for offenses, and I think highest penalty goes for this particular offense. It's 2 million rupees, and then an imprisonment of 25 years. So that's a lot. Failure to moderate undesirable content. So this is also something, a kind of a provision which has been taken into account. And this provision talks about undesirable content, means that a content which should endanger the national safety and security of the country. So if somebody is having any message, or let's say any content which is in a way shared or it is posted onto the internet on different mediums or channels, so the administrator has to be asked to remove that. So once he removes it, once he has been asked, he removes it, there is no issue. But if in case he doesn't remove, then only it becomes an offense. So that part also we have taken into account. Disclosure of details of an investigation, that's very much connecting to the prosecutors and investigators. And then as well as obstruction of investigations. So again, these are some of the provisions we have into the new law. And then here it was all about the details, and I think that we can talk about if somebody wants to understand that what it does, and I can always share. So instead of me going through slide by slide, because we are having not much time, and I'm having two more colleagues from Malawi and Rwanda, they will be talking about it. So maybe I'll stop here. So this what, in a nutshell, the new law talks about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kaleem. Maybe I can ask you to sit on the stage here and let's take questions after we have heard two more presentations. So can I ask now a colleague from Malawi to present on their new strategy? We had here, yeah, please. And then we'll take questions, answers right after that. So feel free to use either this or the hand mic.
I think I'll use this one. Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Katema from Malawi, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share our Malawian story in terms of the Cybersecurity Act as well as the National Cybersecurity Strategy. For us, it's not necessarily new, it's an odd one. So I'll give you the details very soon. To start with, our Electronic Transaction and Cybersecurity Act was enacted by the Parliament in 2016. So as you can see already, from 2016 up to now, this is more or less like an updated law because much has changed from 2016 to now. But by that time, the aim was to address the challenges relating to cybersecurity and electronic transaction. While the National Cybersecurity Strategy was approved in 2019, and the aim was to describe how Malawi will ensure the secure, trusted, resilient, and safe cyberspace used by Malawi institutions and citizens. But before I go to the National Cybersecurity Strategy, there is a little more that I would like to share with you on the Electronic Transaction and Cybersecurity Act because of what happened in 2019. Probably most of you heard that the presidential election that we had in 2019 was nullified. So in the cybersecurity circles, this was actually an achievement because this act that was enacted in 2016 was actually used to nullify the presidential election because a big chunk of the evidence that was presented in the court was digital evidence, and it was only because of the presence of this act that the court was able to use the evidence that was brought in the court. I can't imagine what would have happened if we didn't have this law. It means all the evidence that was taken to court would have been thrown out. So this is a great achievement for us. We might be new in the digitalization itself, but having achieved that, I think it's something that Malawians will be proud for a long time. And I must also mention that the colleagues that played a very key role as expert witness are actually here with me. My colleague Anton Benton in front of me and Daud Suleiman were the key witnesses providing professional witness. So apart from that achievement, the Act has really helped Malawi to fight cyberbullying, mobile money fraud, and of course social media profile impersonation, which is a very big challenge in most of the African countries. So back to the National Cyber Security Strategy. The vision is a nation with a secure, trusted, resilient, safe cyberspace that promotes knowledge-based society and socio-economic development. The mission is to develop and deliver effective cybersecurity capacity services and infrastructure that instills confidence in cyberspace. So the strategy goals, one was to identify and manage the critical information infrastructure of Malawi. Secondly, is to develop and enhance cybersecurity-related capacity infrastructure, legal, regulatory, and other related frameworks. Third, promote awareness, information sharing, and collaboration on cybersecurity. Another one is to enable and continuously improve the safety of vulnerable groups in cyberspace, especially the safety of children. Enhance and coordinate the fight against all forms of crime. And lastly, promote the use of cyberspace to drive social and economic development. So from these strategy goals, we have made a bit of progress in the identification of critical sectors. Through the ministry, we identified 14 critical sectors, which is energy, transport, ICT, government sector, tourism, mining, food and agriculture, defense and security, manufacturing and industry, water, health, education, research and development, and environment. On the development and enhanced cybersecurity-related capacity, infrastructure and regulatory and other related frameworks, Malawi, we have managed to establish the Malawi Computer Response, the Malawi Emergency Response Team, which is a site. So basically, this is a national set with the responsibility to coordinate the operations of sectoral sets. So in terms of sectoral sets, we have also established the government set, which is going to be responsible in securing all the sectors that are mentioned in relation to the government. We are also establishing the military set. So the military set is expected to handle security issues within the law enforcement, but as well as to act as a command and control center for securing the cyberspace. We have also made progress in terms of enabling and continuously improving the safety of vulnerable groups in cyberspace, especially the safety of children. In this context, we have established a child online protection framework in Malawi. Of course, this is ongoing with the Ministry of Gender, Children and Disability and Social Welfare. On the same, through the Malawi Telecommunication Regulatory Authority, we have started to implement SIM and phone registration. The idea here is to make sure that the people that are involved in mobile fraud, we are able to keep track of the SIM cards and the phones that they use. Because usually what happens is they will just get a new SIM card, make the calls, fish people, and after that they throw away the SIM card and get a new one. So we want to keep track. Whenever they change the SIM card, we still know that they're using the same phone. And even if they throw away the phone, we still know that they're using the same SIM card in the new phone. So that's why we are implementing this initiative to register all SIMs and phones. Again, we are establishing the Malawi Police Forensic Laboratory. So this is to help the law enforcement, especially on the police side, to be able to conduct digital forensic investigation. This is another big challenge in Africa, where our police do not have the right capacity to investigate cybercrime. So we thought by implementing the police forensic laboratory, we'll be able to improve how we are investigating and be able to take these criminals to the court of law. So those are the few that we have managed to achieve so far. Obviously, there are challenges. One of the main challenges is a very common one. The activities in implementing the strategy actually slowed down between 2019 and 2020 because of the pandemic, which means we could not do physical awareness, we could not do cyber drills and all that. We also have an issue of limited infrastructure for resiliency. Again, we have a limited capacity building for the law enforcement. Yeah, much that we are working on the police forensic laboratory. However, but the law enforcement is still needs to build more capacity. It could be human capacity as well. Again, the judiciary, much that our court really managed to make use of digital evidence, but we believe they still need more to be done to capacitate our judiciary. Again, we have limited capacity in the set teams. Lack of regulation is one of the challenges. We are currently working on the regulations, which haven't yet been finalized. The usual one is limited funding. Most of the countries are facing this challenge, and we hope that we go lobby for more funds and maybe using these forums again for those that are implementing similar projects, they can come in and assist us. We're also working on the treaties with the regional countries. This is very important when it comes to sharing of information with other states. Not only that, if you are to take someone to court from a different country, you need all these treaties. We are also working on international network. Cyber4D is a good example. We are working also with SADC member countries, just to mention a few. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. This is what I had for you.
Let's wait for the other. And now can I invite here Colonel David Kanamugira from Rwanda. And after that, we will ask some questions and invite also Kalem back to the stage.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to share our journey. But first and foremost, I would like to extend our appreciation to the government of Mauritius and the excellent hospitality. And if I nod here, it's because of such that we might diesel because we had a wonderful evening. So if we doze, it was really excellent event yesterday and excellent evening. And we would like to thank the Cyber4Dev team for really an excellent organization. I want to share a bit of Rwanda's journey towards cybersecurity, and I want to talk about our policy and strategy, where we are on that journey, the key consideration, the challenges we are facing, and where we're going next. So our journey, I believe, like a couple of other African nations, started about a decade ago. And in 2015, Rwanda developed its first 5-year national cybersecurity policy. And this policy informed key priorities and goals, one of which was to establish the National Cybersecurity Agency, an agency that was established to coordinate national cyber security activities. So in 2017, a law passing establishment of the National Cybersecurity Authority was passed, and the agency was established in 2020. In 2021, in the same line, Rwanda passed the Data Protection and Privacy Law, and in March of this year, we established our first Data Protection Office. Rwanda has also worked on several pieces of legislation, particularly that deal with cybersecurity in several sectors, including financial security regulation for the financial sector, the telecom sector, and now we are at a stage where we are putting up various sectorial cyber operation centers. And this year, we have started to revise the 5-year policy that was established that was passed in 2015. And we have been conducting our national cyber risk assessment, and we hope that by the end of this year we shall have a new national cybersecurity strategy that is going to guide us for the next 5 years. So within the 2015 National Cybersecurity Policy, Rwanda established a couple of policy objectives which have been guiding our implementation. First, as I mentioned, was the establishment of a dedicated agency that would foresee the implementation of this. And the second was review of cybersecurity legal and regulatory framework. As a result, a lot of legal instruments have been put in place to guide the implementation of our national cybersecurity policy. The policy also required the establishment of a secure and reliable e-government services, particularly the implementation of a public infrastructure which was established, conducting cyber security awareness, building a cyber security industry, and a lot of emphasis on international cooperation. So this has been some of the strategic policy objectives which Rwanda has been pursuing. As I have mentioned, currently we are in the process of developing a next 5-year strategic plan. We have completed or in the process of completing the national cyber risk assessment. And we hope that by the end of this year, we'll have a draft. We'll be seeking input from a couple of friendly countries here and input from lots of experts to make sure that we have a richer strategic plan that borrows from best practices from all of you. So in this national cybersecurity strategy that we are looking for next 5-year plan, we are looking at some key considerations that will guide its structure. While it's not fully developed, we have an idea of key ingredients that will be in, given our observation implementing the last 5 years of our policy. And some of these key considerations include a cyber threat landscape. We have noticed, like everybody has, the complexity of emerging cybersecurity threats. And our observation of this will inform the nature and the design of our strategy. Of particular importance is the skewed nature of the supply chain we face as a couple of African countries, because we do not manufacture a lot of key infrastructure for our network. So one could say inherently our networks are built with vulnerabilities. And that's very important because any strategy that does not talk of cybersecurity related issues in supply chain will inherently not result in resilient networks. Another issue we note is that increasingly a number of our young people will be working in cyber-enabled sectors. So they will be working in areas where service industry will be significantly impacted by cybersecurity. So it's very important to look at cybersecurity not only as a security imperative, but also as an economic and social imperative. And this is going to inform our strategy. And another area that we are looking at is the lack of sufficient skills. Cyber skills, though specific, build on other skills. So there is a need to enhance technological skills and scientific skills that underpin development of sufficient cybersecurity skills. So the key pillars under consideration and the strategic goals include building resilient cyber infrastructure, building a very strong ecosystem of cyber-related actors. This is government, industry, and academia. Building a highly skilled workforce and with a very, very strong emphasis on international cooperation between various countries. So the foundational enablers we are considering is prioritization of cybersecurity as a national strategic imperative. This is because like all things security, if it's not identified as a national priority, there is a risk of not putting in adequate measures. If it's too early, it seems a hype. If it's too late, it becomes a pandemic. So the timing is very important, and it's important that countries adopt it as a national priority, and that's the approach Rwanda is taking. Second is the strong emphasis on building comprehensive cybersecurity skills, and then creating opportunities for local companies to participate in this. So we are currently on that journey. Our legal framework is in place, our institutional framework is in place, and we are embarking on this journey, and we are counting on cooperation and partnership with each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and now let's have a round of questions. So we have, let's say, 7 minutes for a couple of questions. I'll start myself, actually. I'm abusing my position. And I will ask the first question from our host, from Kaleem. You have made an excellent presentation on the provisions of your law. And in that you have also some provisions that talk about things that we in Estonia or in Europe in general, we are not used to treat as part of cybersecurity. For example, being illicit content or some points on that. So my question really is, like, you have a fairly small structure in this country. Can you really manage all of these offenses later on as a country when you really have to start implementing this regulation? You know, there's no question on the scope of the regulation, but rather than can you manage the level of the work that you get out of that if you start treating it, the whole thing, as a cybersecurity question?
Thank you, Hannes. First of all, just commenting on the question what Hannes has asked. If we look at the law fairly is a combination of cybersecurity provisions as well as the cyber crime provisions. Why cybersecurity? Because it talks about critical information infrastructure. And then also it talks about the national assert functions. And this is important because any country should have that kind of a law which regulates the critical infrastructures as well as the national organization which deals with the cybersecurity. That's one point. So coming back to the second point on the cybercrime component, the way we saw this particular law and the offenses in particular, and once we look at the Budapest Convention as well as the Malabo Convention, they are very much in sync what the provisions, especially the offenses which we have included into the law. And since the nature of the crime and the cyber threat landscape has been changing over the years, and the way it has been defined, particularly in order to focus those specific offenses, because if I take an example of cyber extortion, so cyber extortion normally applies, but at the same time, what I want to come back to his question, is a fairly new law. Just it has been enacted and is promulgated right now, and we need to see with time that how the law enforcement agencies, in terms of enforcement, what kind of challenges they are facing. And especially those new offenses which have been there and then hard to have those offenses really assessed and measured, and then based on to that, the person is tried. So that component is still fairly new because 10th of December, and we are standing in somewhere end of April, then we have to see that and how this is folding, and then what challenges we are facing, and accordingly, maybe always there is and there are rooms for improvement, Hannes. But I think these offenses, they are wide in nature in terms of scope, but we believe that looking at the immersion context, they apply, because also this has been discussed with some of the experts internally as well as from outside, and they feel that these kind of offenses, they should be there, and that's why we didn't want it to be very specific. So most of the offenses out of 19, if you see some 16 offenses or let's say 15 offenses, they are very generic in nature. Generic means that they have a wider in scope, they are technology neutral, and then based on to that, whatever the technology evolves and whatever the type of cybercrime evolves, it will be able to capture. But some specific offenses, particularly why it has been kept, so that this is what is happening. And then also, like if I talk about cyber terrorism, this is going to evolve, this is not going to change. So it might be complex, but it might not be lesser. So I think that's what my reaction to your question right now, Anis, is. Thank you.
Thank you for excellent answer. Do we have questions from the audience? We have a gentleman now right on the second table. Can we have the mic?
Thank you so much for your presentations. They were amazing. I'm Mafuko from Botswana, Bokra set, yes. My question goes to Kalim. Where do we draw the line with the Section 7, the unauthorized access to computer data? For example, if I perform a port scan, without the knowledge of the system owner, would you say it's hacking?
If you look at the Act, the way Act talks about it, it depends. If it is intentional, if it is unauthorized and you have the intent to do that, then definitely it is an offense. But again, at the same time, if you go further down the law, the way the law has been talked about, there are special circumstances in the cases which have been defined that if it is within if the person or the one who has tried to access data, he has been given a permission, and then in that case, it's not an offense. So that's how, because of course I'm not a lawyer, and then because I'm a technical person and heading the immersion cert, so I think that's the best explanation which I could give it to you, that how the interpretation of this particular provision looks like. But definitely I think we need to talk to somebody who is very well versed into the law, and then he can explain much better.
Yes, I think that sometimes makes it difficult to then prosecute somebody, because how do you know the intent of the person? For example, like I was saying, if I do a reconnaissance like a port scan, you can't determine what I was going to do next. So I can just run a port scan with no intentions, but just running a port scan. Then when I get caught, I don't say I was just running a port scan with no intentions. So it's a bit difficult to say like that. That's why I was asking, where do we draw the line and say this is hacking, this is no intentions. It was just yes. It was information gathering. Thank you.
Maybe just to react to your question again once more. See, even if you talk about hacking, right? So that's like unauthorized intrusion, and unauthorized intrusion without having you have the permission to access any resource, that could always be easily proved, because you are not the person who is authorized to do so. Even if we talk about your organizational network, into your organizational network, everyone has access rights, and access rights are pretty well defined into your policies, and those policies you take in order to assign access to the people. So ultimately, if I talk about your firewalls, if I talk about, let's say, your front-end devices through which somebody can just intrude into your network, the same formula applies, because there also the similar kind of intrusion is there. So if you look at the provision, intentional access. So intentional access could be proved easily. And then that also applies to the data access as well. So the same thing, yeah.
Yes, and I would say one would argue and say one would have collected system data, and system data is also unauthorized access to computer data. So by maybe running a port scan, I would have access to your IP addresses and all those information, which is also unauthorized access to the data. So thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Now over to the gentleman. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela. I'm also from BWSET. Most of my questions will go to you, Dr. Kalim. So one of the sections that has been added to the new law is Section 25, which speaks to, Section 23, yes, which speaks to the failure to moderate undesirable content. So I wanted to know, firstly, if you have other, meta experts or trusted notifiers besides the police who are able to classify information as harmful content. And then secondly, if you've got guidelines that help you classify this kind of information, and whether they're international or it's just like standards you've adopted here locally. And then also to the same question, what would you envision the roles that would be given to the intermediaries in terms of combating content related abuse? And then on another question, you mentioned cyberbullying. I think there was cyberbullying is also explicitly mentioned in Section 17. So I wanted to know if there's a provision for human trafficking in it. I'm aware of an initiative called the Migration EU Expertise, so I just wanted to know if you're part of that, and if there are provisions that speak to the offenses elicited online in terms of human trafficking. And then for the gentleman from, is it Malawi? Paul, is it? Yes, so you spoke about the Data Protection Act. I just wanted to, understand whether you see this as something that could potentially delay response to abuse, right? So if a requester would be sending a request to access information they don't have access to due to the Data Protection Act, what would the processes be that are put in place to make sure that the information request is genuine or it's validated, as well as, if the request is genuine? I mean, some of them come through court orders, but I imagine that some of them won't be coming through court orders. So, I think those are my questions for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question, my colleague from Botswana. Currently, in terms of data protection, I'm not sure if I mentioned during the presentation, but it is still pending to be enacted in Parliament. And there are regulations that are being developed against the pending act. So the issue of access of information, those things will be detailed in the regulations, because usually the act is very brief, but the regulations are what expound different procedures for someone to access data. For instance, a simple example of accessing data would be if we are to host, let's say, citizens' data from Malawi in the cloud. It means all the Malawians that we have their data with, they have to acknowledge that it's okay to have their data accessed by a third party. So those are the things that are detailed in the regulations.
Coming back, sorry. Angela, coming back to your two questions, I think first of all, on section 23, which talks about moderation of undesirable, failure to moderate undesirable content. And that's one of the provision which has been put up especially to look at those contents which are posted onto social medias or any other media, including VoIP services, WhatsApp and Telegram, or let's say any other Signal and many others, plus or any other channel of where we can post information. So what it specifically talks about that this is only it only applies when that content endangers the national security and the public safety. Unless and until the content is of not that severity, it does not. So it's not like for any XYZ content which has been put up onto these media. So that's one point. Secondly, also the way it works is there is a loss of onus since it's a criminal law onto the law enforcement agencies. So meaning to say that once the law enforcement agencies, they see that endangers the national safety and the public order, then only there has to be an assessment. An assessment has to be done at the level of the law enforcement agencies. And that's what I said into the previous discussion, that we need to see its implementation, how successful this provision has been implemented, or in terms of the investigation and the prosecution, what are the challenges. So fairly, this is a new law and is put up into practice only now. Then it will take some time for us as the cases, or the case proceedings moves on, then we'll be in a better position to see that how this is flaring up and what are its impact like. So that's a point. But also there is a check there, and the check is that unless and until the person, the one who has posted, is something of that nature, and then secondly, that person is going to be cautioned. So that person is going to be cautioned. Caution means that the person has been told, look, these are the contents which are violating, please remove it. And if the person does not remove it, then only it becomes an offense. So that's the point. So it's not like whoever posts whatever, it becomes an offense. So, but still we understand that there are challenges, implementation challenges, and that's why it has been very cleanly drafted so that it applies in this way. So that's the answer for your question, the first one, Angela. Second one, for you have been asking about cyberbullying, right? That why cyberbullying is specifically taken as a separate offense into the law. So even this I answered before, because even if I look at the other provisions, even if I talk about unauthorized access, so even that gets inside there. If I talk about into that part of the offense, even cyberbullying goes on, because again, what we are trying to do is that somebody is trying to access somebody's account. If we take from that kind of an incident, he gets a hold of that account, and after holding that account, then he starts bullying that person. This is one way. So it applies in different ways. So because looking at the technology, the way technology applies and the way access, and you are accessing and posting information on the different medias, we need to interpret on those lines. But looking at the case of Mauritius, cyberbullying is something very common in youngsters. And this is one of the reasons why it has been put up that way, because even if you look at our ICT Act 2001, ICT Act talks about that if there is a person who is trying to create anxiety to another person, or let's say harassing that person, then he will be liable, and it's a kind of an offense. But in order to particularly just pinpoint that cyberbullying of this nature, if somebody does a kind of an act which qualifies that this is a cyberbullying, then that person is committing an offense. So I think that's what I understood from your question. Hope I have answered it rightly. This is in these lines.
Thank you very much, Kaleem. And
Yeah.
as I'm being told that two of our presenters will need to leave for a site visit, if nobody really objects, then we can let Kaleem have one more question and have two of our presenters leave the stage, so that one final question, whoever has it for Kaleem, can have it.
Oh.
A gentleman over there in the corner. Can we have the microphone there? And let's give a hand to two of our presenters.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, my question is to Dr. Kalimi, and it's related to the reference on the presentation on the public key infrastructure. It's not usual to find public key infrastructure references in the cybersecurity strategies. I would like to learn from the experience of Mauritius on how are you using public key infrastructure within the country and also outside the country in collaboration with other government.
So coming back to your question, public key infrastructure, we set up this, the PKI, Public Key Infrastructure Ecosystem, through our Electronic Transaction Acts 2000. And then we had an amendment on to Electronic Transactions Act in 2010. And this talks about the setting up of the public key infrastructure, which talks about setting up of the CCA, that's the Coordination of Certification Authority, then the CA, Certification Authority, and the RA, Registration Authority. Based on to this whole ecosystem, we have been able to implement the PKI infrastructure. And then, firstly, what we did is that we have started issuing digital certificates with the foreign CA. So there is one foreign CA known as eMudra from India. So we tie up with that foreign CA, and then the institution National Computer Board, where I come from, they were the local agents or local CA. And within with their collaboration, we have been able to issue those certificates from, if I'm not mistaken, 2018 or a little earlier. Since then, this was on. But recently, what also we have done is that we have set up our own government CA, that's Mauricine, and Mauricine is this, and we are the CA for that. That's the National Computer Board, and this is for the whole country and even outside. So we issue digital certificates of all different types. It could be for organizations, it could be for groups, it could be for individuals, and the price which we have kept for this particular individual certificates is a very good price. Very good price means that just 500 Mauritian rupees, which is quite affordable, which was not the case for our once we have tie-up with the foreign CA, because at the time even an individual certificate was in the range of some 3,000 rupees, which was fairly, if we want to have that trust building using this channel of using digital certificates and try to promote people in order to use that trust-based communication, then it was not picking it up. So that was one of the reasons why we have come up with our own structure. This is up and running. We are all using that certificate. And even if somebody from outside, they want to use that, they will be able to use it. Secondly, also what we are trying to do is that we are talking to SARDC or any other regional organization, because all those countries within the region of SARDC, region of 16 countries, if they do not have that kind of a PKI infrastructure, because of course Rwanda has it, but if somebody doesn't have, and if they want to initiate that, so that infrastructure could always be used, because this is up and running. It's just that you need to buy those certificates and you can start using it. But if somebody wants to replicate it, no need to reinvent the wheel. The similar infrastructure and the concept could be replicated, and then but for that surely we need to see, and then you have to talk to the authorities here in the country who could be able to comment further onto that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaleem, and let's give now a hand to our last presenter. And now, before the lunch, we have two more presentations. Can I ask for the first presentation here, Mr. Clyde Maggie, my really good friend and colleague from Cyber4Dev. And Clyde is a really fun guy, because I know him already for years. And some years ago, he was well known in Estonia for a statement made by the head of CERT Estonia at the time, when he said that he wants to see an IT guy who gets to go to the jail just for the fact of not doing his or her job properly, because be referring to sloppy system administrators or whoever. So Clyde, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I'm the straightforward and arrogant Estonian. Yes, sometimes we are saying something directly out loud, and sometimes this is not like a nice way to say. But today as well, I'm talking a little bit today like another story as usual, because many of you here know about the C-Search, what the C-Search does. We know what we have to do. We are talking about the strategies. We are talking about the cooperation and all the other things. But how often do we actually ask questions, why? Why we are doing this? What is this actual risk, or what we are actually trying to change? And if there is a risk, what is these possible consequences that may happen if this risk will come to realize? So those questions I want to ask today. And mainly my focus is to the managers, to the C-level. And today, here, lots of different managers, and I'd like to ask questions, how you actually defining the risks? And is it actually you are defining the risk, and is it actually the way how you are focusing? So there is can I get the microphone, not to stand in front of this? So, thank you. So there is an official terminology or definition what the risk is. We all know how we have to manage the risk. We all know that we have to identify the risk. The main question is, are we actually identifying the risks? If you are building a C-Search, if you're trying to fix something, what is this risk you are actually fixing? Because we are doing many things because it seems right. Everybody is doing this. But do we actually know what the risk is? What we are changing? Why we are doing something better? Another thing is that understanding the risk likelihood and consequences for the business. What is this consequences for the business? If something going to happen, what it actually means. In the public sector, for example, you have a data leak. Government leaks citizen data. What is the consequences? Do you actually know? Who cares? Leaks then leaks. So what? What actually happens if some of the government services are not working? What is this actual consequences? Do we know? This is officially how we should think. We have to take decisions, we have to involve stakeholders, and so on and so on. But usually we are just doing things. This is the way how we're thinking. Then, of course, everybody has to be aware of the risks, and we have to mitigate the risks. But all the activities what we are doing, are they actually something that we are mitigating some kind of risks? So we don't have usually this risk-based approach. We're just doing things because we feel this is a right. This is one thing. Another thing is that, what is this actual risk management definition? I don't know. I don't care. Why? It's my business. Maybe IT should do it, and so on and so on. So there is two different approaches. We are just doing something because we feel like we have to. And another thing is that we are not doing anything because this doesn't seem like my problem, doesn't seem like I have to do it, and so on and so on. Anyway, we have had lots of different incidents. I don't want to focus any of those specifically. I just put random 10 different incidents. Not internet 15 hours, malware used for oil India cyber attacks, different government websites are down, cyber attacks, cows in Costa Rica, and so on and so on. I just put random incidents here. My main question is, why we have to deal with those incidents? What is this actual consequences? Do we know how we are assessing those risks? In Estonia as well, sorry Raul, you are the chief security officer in Estonian government, but if something have happened in Estonia, we know lots of different incidents because we are no different from any other countries. Sometimes we don't know what the actual consequences is, what is the damage is. And if I'm talking with different organizations, different Estonian government organizations, different private, not private, government organizations, and I will ask, if something is not working, so what? If some government service is not working for 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, I haven't got any good answer. They will say that, okay, today is not working, then tomorrow. If Estonian tax system is not working, people can't declare taxes. Do we have any other options? Okay, we will declare those taxes tomorrow. Is some data gonna leak? Answers, my experience, answers from different organizations. So what? Have been leaked before, probably gonna leak in the future. We don't know what the actual consequences is. Now we have some kind of GDPR. You heard about the GDPR. GDPR have huge penalties. If the personal private data gonna leak, there are gonna be penalties. How many examples do you know that government entity or government organizations have got penalties? None, exactly. So again, the question is, so what if those incidents actually gonna happen? How are we gonna focus on those things? I have a couple of more examples. We'll just pass them by. But the main thing is that we are not focusing on technology. This is just one example from the hardenized.com. There is a 1,229 Estonian different websites, and the scanner have scanned all those websites. And what we can see, from all those email servers, 54% is only well configured. From all those web servers, only 59% is well configured. We can talk about the strategies. We can talk about different cooperation, strengthening the C-certs, and so on, so on. But the main question is, our main infrastructure, websites, email servers, are not well configured. Small technical things. No one actually cares, to be honest. No one actually cares. Because we can put lots of money to the trainings and all the different things, but if you are not fixing our main things, like a small technical issues in our websites, in our web servers, those attacks are going to be happening every day. Nothing going to change. You can put millions on all the different capacity building projects and so on, so on. We still have those incidents because those IT guys behind those systems may be lazy. Maybe they don't have knowledge enough. Maybe they don't have resources, mandate, or authority enough to do this. We don't know actually the reason. So, you all know public-private partnership. I'd like to say public-private polarity. The difference between the public and private sector. I don't want to say that the private sector will do much better than public sector, but private sector, they can calculate. They know the value of the money. Simple example, you have two mobile operators, mobile service providers. If one mobile service provider service is down every other day, what all the customers going to do? They're going to go to another mobile service provider. Simple as that. They know that incident actually means they will lose the customer, and the loss of customers means actually less money. If the data going to leak from those organizations or one of those mobile service providers, the reputation going to decrease. Decrease of the reputation for this mobile service provider actually means they will lose the customer, they'll go to the competitors, no customer, no money. If the government sector will think the same way, they can't think the same way. This is the difference. I don't have a choice to declare my taxes somewhere else. If some of the government services are not working, I don't have any other option. If some of the government services' reputation is low, what's the difference? I don't have other options. Okay, I can, of course, I can move to the Mauritius if I don't like Estonia or Botswana or Rwanda, but nevertheless, in Estonia, I don't have any other options. So that's why there is a problem that public and private sector, they can't assess risk the same way. Because my like a personal opinion is it's impossible because public sector, they can't calculate into the money everything. What is the worth of human life? What is the worth of citizens' data? And so on, so on. Public sector, they know. Customer equals money. No customer, no money. Simple as that. But public sector have to take some kind of other approach. So how to create this cyber resilience? especially in the public sector. We should take some kind of framework. So let's go step by step. Let's go and find all those different vulnerabilities, all those different weaknesses. We can't figure out everything by ourselves. This is for sure. But we have existing frameworks. So let's take this framework and follow this framework step by step. And then we can check the reality behind this compliance. So, but what compliance to use? We have different international cybersecurity standards available. Many of the countries where I have been, they will say, we have mandatory ISO 27001 or any other ISO standard is mandatory. What it actually means that this is mandatory? Do you have supervision mechanism in place? Do you actually know that your organization's following this? How are they actually doing this? Only in the paper? Is there actually some kind of, do you know everything after this, implementing this compliance? And so on, so on. So there's a whole, like a circle have to be in place. I will skip those slides about the services. I will go exactly to this example. So I don't want to say that we are doing the only and the right approach in Estonia, but just one way how to do it. So what we have in Estonia, this 8th Estonian Information Security Standard, this is our custom-made national cybersecurity standard, what we are using in Estonia. First of all, full circle have to be in place. As I told, the framework itself, the standard, what we are using, whatever it is, some kind of ISO, COBIT, any other thing. Laws and regulations. Today and yesterday also, you're talking lots about this, defining the CII. So we have this critical information infrastructure, like a definition, and then what? What those organizations have to do? What kind of requirements applies to those CII companies? So one thing is that we're going to define, yes, I don't know, 10, 20, 50 different critical or essential services, but you have to have some kind of requirements in place and supervision mechanism. They have to do something, and we go and check, are they actually doing something? Because usually those, not usually, but mostly those private sector companies, like CII private sector companies, they're private companies, once again. They know how to read the money, but sometimes from government point of view or from national point of view, we have to think different way. Not this financial way that, like, what is the golden rule of risk assessment? The golden rule of risk assessment is that security measures can't be more expensive than the asset what we are protecting or possible damage what we are trying to avoid. So this is the golden rule. So asset what we are protecting. In the government point of view, citizen data. So what is the price of citizen data? Once again, we don't know. But the possible cost of damage, again, we don't know. So we can't focus always this way. So that's why we have to have something in place to force, I don't like to use this first word, but to force CII organizations to implement some security requirements. Granularity. In our case, we went into very, very detail with our cybersecurity standard. Our cybersecurity standard contains more than 1,600 different security measures. 1,600. So someone have to know. Just think a little bit, how much different technology we have in everyday use. Infrastructure, routers, switches, firewalls, different operation systems, Linux, Windows, macOS, and so on, so on. There's a lots of different small things have to be done. Do we know everything what have to be done? Probably not. In our case, we have a list. Is it like a 100% full list? Of course not. But it's much better than nothing. Much better than we have to just figure out what to do. Another thing is that our approach is risk management based and baseline security based. So what this baseline security based means? You don't, again, it's not the right way to say, but you don't have to do proper risk assessment, just follow those measures. Just implement some measures without doing proper risk assessment. From one point of view, this is not logical because we are spending money on security requirements and we don't know actually what we are trying to avoid. But from other side, if we don't know what we are protecting, this is the only way how to go forward. Just start to implement different security measures. In our cybersecurity standard, we have security levels, like low-level security, medium-level security, and high-level security. We have different security sets in place. So if you know this organization needs only like low-level security, they have one set of security measures. If they have like a medium-level security need, they have another set of security measures, and so on. With this also, it's easy to see if those two organizations can or cannot exchange the data because one organization's security level is lower than other one. So we can compare security levels in between the different organizations. Doesn't matter public or private sector. ISO doesn't have it, COBIT doesn't have it, so we have those security levels. And of course, the security standards have to be compliant with the laws and regulations, our national laws, Estonian laws, European Union laws, and it's available in Estonian language. Luckily now it's available also in English, but for us it was important that in Estonia it is available in Estonian language. Of course in IT and cyber, English is like a main language, but for us it was important. Other thing what this our national cybersecurity standard says that the leadership of information security is the top management of the organization. So everything have to be started from the C-level. Director of General, whoever the leader of the organization is, they have to say that, yes, we will start to follow cybersecurity standard, and it have to be written. So this is important to us, that management will take this like responsibility. There have to be information security manager in place. If not, then the leader of the organization will carry this role. Another important thing, someone have to follow to run this security topic. So if you're talking about this like a risk assessment, then qualitative and quantitative ways how to do it. And once again, qualitative, based on scenarios, experience, assumptions, not numbers. Quantitative, based on money, cost of damage, cost of risk decrease, asset value, and damage value. So, once again, if the government, public organizations, they can't follow the money, they don't know what the value of asset is, they don't know what the possible damage is, this is for them. This is not for them, this is for private sector. For public sector, you just use your assumption, experience, and start to just implement security measures to have some kind of baseline. We have done something, we have in place something, and we know the situation. So this is the example of granularity. So there is 91 different categories, and as I said, more than 1,600 different measures in our system. Technological measures, procedural measures, etc., just as an example. Our solution is also compliant with ISO 27001. Our law says this is also can be used as an alternative, especially for the private sector organizations. If some private sector organizations, they have to follow because of the, I don't know, based on their like area, some banks or telcos, they have to follow some other information security standards, then they don't have to implement two different security standards. So it's compliant with ISO 27001, and also it's like alternative security standard what you can use. Can combine with 27005, like with risk assessment. Risk assessment is one important part anyway. So if you are able to calculate all the costs and prices, you can use ISO 27000. And it's important to use different international definitions, that we are talking the same language. Pretty often we have a problem that we are talking different language because definitions are defined different way. Every organization, they have those nice pictures, what we have in place. Doesn't matter we are talking about technology or we are talking about organizations. We have in place different organizations, different technological parts in cybersecurity. There may be also some other picture, for example, how your national cybersecurity framework works. Ministries, CSIRTs, different regional C-certs, and so on, different components. But in the end of the day, we need to know what actually happens in the networks. So this is the picture of the reality. And I'd like to always ask questions. In the farthest corner, the smallest dot here, who is owner of this, whatever the device or box it is? Who is doing backups, updating, upgrading this box? And what happens if this system is down? Who actually knows? Do we rely on the same IT guy? Hannes was explaining that there is one IT guy is taking care of this box. And this IT guy is lazy or, sorry to say, stupid maybe, doesn't want to do his job the right way. For the bad guys, it's enough to find one vulnerability in the farthest corner in the smallest box to get inside of the network. Do we, in the management level, do we know how all the system works? And this approach actually helps us that we have a list of everything what have to be done. We have auditing process in place that someone goes and asks, are all those 1,600 plus different measures applied in our organizations? And then we can basically avoid many things what may happen. Every of those devices connected to internet has an IP address. Every IP address has 65,000 TCP ports, 65,000 UDP ports. In simple language, it actually means that you have a house with 130,000 different doors and windows. Do you know, are all those doors and windows actually closed? Do you know who's passing by those doors and windows? We have to have something in place, some kind of system in place. So, some questions you might ask. Nothing serious happened yet. True, in many places, in many situations, nothing serious happened yet. And in our case as well, we have had in Estonia many of different, like a crisis and huge incidents. And it helped us to build up our like a framework, what we are following. So you can wait something or you can start to change it today. Why IT cannot handle this? Our previous national cybersecurity standard named ISKE, what we had in Estonia. It was something that everybody thought that this is all the cybersecurity is the problem of the IT. They have to fix it, they have to follow it, and so on, so on. With this new cybersecurity standard, we are trying to explain that cybersecurity is not the problem of IT. This is like a strategical issue. It may be a strategical issue. If your main core services are not working, this is not the IT problem. This is a management problem. Another question is what I heard in Estonia. What for do we have those expensive chief information security officers? They are in place. They are responsible. Let they do it. Yes, but if these chief information security officers, if they don't have resources, mandate, and I don't know, authority to do this job, nothing gonna happen. If they don't have a support of management, nothing gonna happen. You may have chief information security officer in place, but this is like something in the corner, doesn't do anything. It costs. Absolutely true. This is not for free. In our case, I'm not sure, but in the Estonian Information System Authority, there is 10 people working with this security standard. There's a department of 10 people. They are updating this. They are doing, there's an additional supervision department who are actually checking are those organizations following this, and so on, so on. So this is not for free. But if you don't, the cost of the incidents, the cost of the crisis, then maybe it's better to pay for those guys who are actually gonna build up this structure, not for the bad guys. How do I know it really helps? You don't, is the simple answer. But it's much, much better than nothing. We have some system in place. We have lots of different security like measures in place. And it's difficult to actually measure what is the situation in cyber field in your country. So how you measure, are you good or bad? So we have different indexes, yes, one thing. But actually it's difficult to say how good you are doing in cyber. So in the nutshell, decide to know. So basically take this decision that yes, I want to know what's happening in the country, in the organization. For that, you need to have some kind of tool or framework for that. Compliance is this management tool and provides you this knowledge. It also gives you national situational overview. You know what is the situation with your different organization, doesn't matter, private, public sector, how well they are implementing this standard, what is the results of audit. You can compare different sectors, different organizations, and so on. And it, of course, I don't want to say impossible, but it's more or less impossible to say that, oops, I forgot it, because you have all the to-do list in front of you. 1,600, maybe more different measures. Can't say that I forgot it because you have this list in front of you. So make it happen, and better safe than sorry. It's my simple advice to you. Of course, this is my last slide. Compliance, it's not security, but it does help a lot because you have some kind of system in place, something to follow. You don't have to invent the wheel, and always those frameworks helps you. From my side, thank you very much.
Any questions to Clyde from the audience?
Thanks, Clyde, for your wonderful presentation, Clyde. I think it was really enriching, and we have learned a lot of things from this. One thing which I wanted to ask, because you mentioned about 1,000 something controls, which is normally followed into your systems in order to ensure that those controls are in place, and then accordingly the systems are secured. And then I just wanted to know, Clyde, like you mentioned also about ISO 27001, you mentioned about ISO 27005, and then alignment of those measures also within not within, from the ISO 27001 and 27005. But all these 1,000 measures which you're talking about, so is it coming from a specific sort of a domestic standard which Estonia has devised, or is it like just a set of controls which have been put up in place as per some sort of a complete checklist which allows the organization to carry out the risk assessment? And this is one. Secondly, also, does it also connects to your risk register? So there is a kind of a live risk register which connects to those assets which we are trying to put up a control for in order to protect it. So I think these were the quick two questions, Clyde, for you. Thank you.
Thank you. In overall, our approach based on like three different pillars. One is information security management system. So our cybersecurity standard demands that you will build up information security management system inside of the organization. It's basically ISO 27001. Our cybersecurity standard also says that you have to do risk assessment. This is basically ISO 27005 or 31,000, depends. And the third part is this baseline security, this huge list of security requirements. Estonian cybersecurity standard is based on the German IT Grundschutz, whatever the correct name is of this German standard. They actually developed the list of these 1,600 plus measures, but Estonian Information System Authority adds our own measures also. For example, we have this X-Road, this information exchange platform in Estonia. There is a specific model for X-Road security measures. We have some special cloud security measures if you're using cloud solutions, and so on and so on. So we have some custom-made security measures, and main base comes from Germany.
Thank you again for the opportunity. I would like to follow up on the presentation, ask for if you can share with us the example of the role of the X-Road in Estonia from the security perspective, but also from the data protection point of view. What's the relationship and how are you enforcing the standards for e-government in Estonia and the relationship with the international standards that you mentioned? The second point, again, has to do with the public key infrastructure and the identification system. I've seen on the architecture of the X-Road a reference to a number of registries from ID and others. What are the, based on your experience, of impact and implication of associating identification, public key infrastructure with cyber security? And the last but not least is one of the major difficulties that we have as managers of cyber security authorities on justifying the costs. I like the perspective that you presented of the difficulties of determining the cost in order to apply the golden rule, that what you should spend in protecting an asset should not be higher than the value of that asset. How do you estimate, or which kind of approach do you use to determine the value of the protection of the citizens' data, for example, or of information infrastructure? If you could share with us so that maybe we can learn from your experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I try to follow the question. So first of all, the question about the X-Road. Yes, the X-Road is secure transportation layer between the different registers. And, and this is basically how you are accessing your bank from your computer. HTTPS, this is the SSL or TLS protocol. This is encrypted between the 2 points from your computer to the bank systems. And in X-Road, the same basically solution is between the different registers, databases, and so on, so on. So this is in the lower level. In overall, this is like a one component of cybersecurity, to have this secure data transfer or information like sharing. And basically in front of every organization, every database, there is a X-Road security server. And this server have to be also secure way configured. We have different lists how this have to be configured. And this is like provides you this secure transportation layer. And more or less that's about it. I'm not sure that I understood the question right way.
Yes, thank you. My question was how do we can learn from the standards and how to enforce within the public administration? So what was from the standardization point of view within the country?
Regarding X-Road?
Yes, regarding X-Road.
In our case, this X-Road was, I don't want to say mandatory, but it was available much earlier than we have our own custom-made standard. And right now, it's actually, it's not mandatory to use this X-Road, but you don't have any choice if you need to change data with other organizations. This is like the only way. You have to just use this, but it's not mandatory. We don't have any regulations or law or something like that that you have to use X-Road. But other way, it's impossible to do it. It's just like a common thing.
Another question related to interoperability is with identification and ADAS and public infrastructure. How do you coordinate and relate to all this?
This is another thing. So my personal point of view is this digital identity or electronic identity. It's like a baseline of everything. It's like a first thing should be in place to build up all other e-ecosystem. So we have to know who. We have to have this digital identity for all the citizens, and however you're actually using this, with the ID card, with the mobile ID, with the, I don't know, smart ID, however you're using this, but the population registry and digital identity, it's like a baseline. And then you can access with all the services, you can authenticate, you can sign the documents, etc., etc., etc. So once again, for me, it's like a air. It has to be in place in digital society. Without digital identity, it's difficult.
From the regulator, again, my question, and if you can share fast, it's on the regulatory point of view. Do you have a legal instrument or a normative document that enforces that, or also it's part of the ordinary life in Estonia for people working in public administration to use these standards for ADAS and digital identification or electronic identification?
digital identity really help me. Digital identities or Hannes? No, not AI does. I'm meaning like a national way. Is it possible to avoid to have digital identity? No. It's like if you were born, digital identity is something that you will get immediately. It's do you have any law for that? I'm not sure about this.
Well, one point from Estonia is that when you take one mandatory document in Estonia that we have is national ID card. And with this national ID card, you are actually already create your own digital identity when you start using it. So in a way, you can put it this way, that it's mandatory.
Because you can't avoid it.
If I may comment just on the Estonian perspective as well, the national ID card is mandatory. Of course, as a citizen, it's not mandatory for you to actually use the digital services.
Absolutely.
My 85-year-old grandmother, she has this ID card, but she doesn't do anything with it because she doesn't travel and she doesn't use the digital services. But when you work in a government, you cannot work without using the digital services because you cannot sign documents anymore on paper. This is not something we do. Everything is linked to this ID card and this digital identity.
But still, your 85 years grandmother has digital identity, even she's not using digital services.
Exactly. She's not using that privilege, but
Exactly.
she has that privilege.
Exactly.
Let me give you the...
Yes, and about the cost, once again, where is the Raul? Raul was like a father of this thing. I don't know the cost is the answer. It's possible to calculate how much Estonian government have spent money to develop this security standard and to change the law, to do the supervise daily basis, basically. There is probably cost, but I don't have this number, unfortunately.
Yes, my question was not on the cost of how much the Estonian government expend, was on the cost to justify the investment, on how much, for example, can value or estimate the value of protecting a citizen's data, for example. Do you have any model or a reference that you are using, or it's kind of work going on? And
It's just work. We don't have any numbers on that. Sorry to say. Just government is spending money. Once again, as I said, it's in public sector, it's pretty impossible to calculate everything into the money. So that's why we're just spending money into the cybersecurity without actually knowing what kind of risk we are decreasing.
Thank you, Clyde. And I think Clyde gave us a very inspiring talk. So let's give him a hand. And now we have a short coffee break, after which we come back for 2 more presentations. I made a mistake earlier, and then we are off to lunch.
Hi, Patrick. Can you hear me? Yeah. So can you just say a few words? No one is hearing you in the venue. Only you can hear me. Just check if your sound is good, please. Yeah, perfect. The sound is coming. I have the sound and the visuals, so we are ready to shoot in a few minutes. There's a short break here. They will resume in a few minutes. Thanks. Sorry, actually I can't hear you. I can just see if the sound is coming. If you can drop a chat, a small message. If you can chat, put in the chat, please. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we come back can we finish up the coffee break? And then we are ready for the next presentation. Yes. So for the next presentation, we are having a much different subject than we were touching upon earlier, because the important part of this of our project has been as well, and is constantly also, to talk about the values or the value space or the questions related to that in cybersecurity. And we have a very good contribution today to this subject now from Mr. Patrick Pavlak. He's joining with us from Brussels, and he is the project director in the initiative called EU Cyber Direct. So I'm really happy that Patrick could join us. And Patrick, hi to you. How is the weather in Brussels?
Good morning. I am actually calling you from Istanbul, so I don't know what the weather in Brussels is.
All right. So the floor is yours, Patrick.
Thank you very much, and I hope indeed that after this introduction, I will not be too disappointing. Let me start by thanking the organizers for the kind invitation and congratulate, of course, the government of Mauritius and the European Union for launching the hub. You have flagged that values are important. Sometimes we do indeed forget about them when we think about cybersecurity and cyber resilience. So let me start with a rhetorical question. Would you rather live in a digital society where the internet-based solutions are driven solely by the desire to maximize the benefits to digital economy and development, even at the cost of values such as privacy or freedom of expression? Or would you rather live in a society where those values are too important to sacrifice, even if it means slower pace of digital transition, growth, and development? It's a rhetorical question, but one that policymakers and regulators aim to resolve on a daily basis. This dilemma is very present in the discussion about cybersecurity and cyber resilience, where the choice might be between a quick investment in a cheaper 5G technologies, for instance, or investment from a country whose vision of digital world you do not necessarily share, and a more expensive solution that maybe gives more guarantees in the long term. And yet this is one of the questions that many of you in the room have to address in order to deliver on your country's ambition for sustainable development, economic growth, or human security more broadly. These dilemmas reflect the huge responsibility that all of us carry, government officials, industry representatives, or civil society organizations, when it comes to shaping the digital future of our societies and global community. And because our values do not always overlap, the conversation about cyber resilience also becomes a topic for conversation about diplomats. The link between building cyber resilient societies and diplomacy is extremely important to understand, especially in the current political context whereby the digital domain becomes an area of competition for influence among big powers. And the influence over digital domain comes in many forms: influence over markets, human behavior, security environment, and most importantly, the vision of the digital world that is being shaped in front of our eyes. All these forms, however, have one thing in common. They are driven by the underpinning values that we as societies are attached to and commit to defend. And ultimately, the decisions about investments are ultimately decisions about values, norms, and principles for the digital transformation we want to promote and support. So what is the role of values? When working to make our societies more cyber resilient, we need to clearly acknowledge that this is not just a technology-focused process, but one that reflects our society's relations to technology and the values that drive the technological development. What are those values? And I'm sure each of you in the room and me here on the other side can really think of a specific attachment that we have to those. free, open, secure, interoperable, global, neutral, trustworthy, inclusive, accessible, and the list probably goes on. They all play a role in strengthening resilience in cyberspace. Free and open cyberspace that promotes respect for and observance of human rights and ensures responsible and secure use of cyberspace contributes to the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals. Accessible internet and technology contribute to closing the digital divide and create opportunities for people to enjoy their economic freedoms. Finally, interoperable internet and ICTs are key for boosting resilience of the global internet, as we know. And here comes the value of international cooperation. We all are familiar with the proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. We all know that it also applies to building cyber resilience, which is why international cooperation is so important. These values constitute a foundation for the commitments that governments have made and make towards their citizens and towards each other at national, regional, and global levels. Let me give you a few examples. The reports of the UN group of governmental experts, of which Mauritius, by the way, has been one of the members, and the open-ended working group at the United Nations, where all countries are participating in the discussions, have both put forward norms, rules, and principles for responsible state behavior that concerns also all of you in the room. For instance, regarding CERTs or cooperation against cybercrime, with the view of preserving an open, secure, stable, accessible, and peaceful ICT environment. The G20 Digital Economic Ministers meeting from 2020 called for fostering an open, fair, and a non-discriminatory environment, protecting and empowering consumers, ensuring the safety and stability of supply chains in relevant areas, and advancing inclusiveness and human centricity more broadly. The Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa by the African Union Commission also promotes cooperation on the continent in order to build an integrated and inclusive digital society and economy in Africa that improves the quality of life of African citizens. Let me give you examples from Europe, from the European Union as well. The EU's Network and Information Security Directive puts in place concrete mechanisms to promote cross-border collaboration between the EU member states in order to strengthen the overall cyber resilience. The EU's approach to artificial intelligence, for instance, that was also promoted very broadly over the past few years, is based on the creation of human-centric AI, which ensured that artificial intelligence works for people and protects fundamental rights. Early this year, the EU also proposed declaration on digital rights and principles, which aims to give everyone a clear reference point about the kind of digital transformation Europe promotes and defends. It will also provide a guide for policymakers and companies when dealing with new technologies. And once endorsed by EU leaders, the declaration will define the approach to digital transformation, which the EU is willing to promote throughout the world. But to be successful, these initiatives and commitments need to become part of a more connected global values chain. So how do we get there? And here is where the role of cyber capacity building comes in. And that brings me to my last point. The role of cyber capacity building as a link between those different mechanisms and the link in building this global values chain. It's high time to recognize that capacity building has always been a value-based process. And it is even more so today in times of geopolitical competition. When announcing the Global Gateway Strategy, a template for how Europe can build more resilient connections with the world, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, made it clear that the EU will support smart investments in quality infrastructure, respecting the highest social and environmental standards in line with EU values and standards. This has also been true for global cybersecurity capacity building. Both donor and partner countries make their decisions taking into account their interests and prioritize those engagements that best reflect their values. Whoever tells you differently, they lie. So we need to acknowledge that the cyber capacity building initiatives are not implemented in vacuum. For instance, any EU engagement with third countries and regions needs to ensure that the respect for EU values as identified in the treaties and EU policies. While different policies and policy communities may be driven by their own distinct value systems, it's important to ensure that all cyber capacity building engagements with third countries, partners, and international cooperation in that respect meet at least the minimum threshold of respecting, protecting, and upholding human rights, as well as promoting peaceful coexistence in cyberspace. For instance, and here is an important link to cyber diplomacy, whereas the primary objective of cyber capacity building is to enable partner country to harness the development of benefits of access to the digital domain. It would be irresponsible to ignore potential misuse of provided support for harming a partner's own population or using it in a ways contradictory to the peaceful use of cyberspace. This is why the EU, but also several other countries, have developed the so-called rights-based approach that incorporates human rights principles and standards as both a means and a goal of cooperation, and integrates the achievements and fulfillment of human rights into design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of all policies and actions. It's a working method that requires a shift in the way international cooperation and development interventions are conceptualized and implemented so that they contribute to realization of human rights as well. In the field of cyber capacity building, the main policy trade-off that needs to be addressed is between safeguarding, promoting, and protecting human rights online and security objectives. So the issues that must be balanced are to safeguard access to openness, to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights online, and to maintain the reliability, resilience, and interoperability of the internet and other ICTs. Main rights concerns in relation to cybersecurity would include privacy, freedom of expression, freedom of association, discrimination, fair trial, and access. And in addition to key dimensions of this rights-based approach, is to continuously assess whether there are any flow on human rights risks from the planned and ongoing cyber capacity building interventions. In particular, due to the dual use of cyber technologies, whereby increased digital capacities may be abused in some countries to facilitate repression. And I think increasingly over the past few weeks, we have seen how capacity building projects or technologies that also come from donor countries can be potentially abused against the populations of and citizens of specific countries. So that brings me to my final point. It would be naive to think that everyone shares the same values, or even if they say they do, that they have an understanding of what those values represent. And this is why it's so important to acknowledge the role that cyber diplomacy plays in strengthening cyber resilience. It helps to ensure that the links within our global values chain are all made of the same or at least a similar strong material. And I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any in the room.
Thank you, Patrick. And any questions from the audience? And if I don't see at the moment, I will start by asking a question that relates to the presentation that we heard, or the keynote speech that we heard yesterday from the Honorable Foreign Minister from Mauritius, who announced right here that the ministry that he is leading is about to set up a cyber diplomacy unit. So my question really is to you that if you know the landscape on these questions that you referred to and that you talked about, but do you know what is exactly when you have a global look, how many countries are actually, are having that kind of dedicated expertise among their professional diplomats, and how many countries are still, maybe on its way towards it? Because let's be quite frank, if the professional diplomats are not really actually working on this topic themselves, the country is probably not really doing this job, in this value space in the best way. So I don't know, do you have any sort of perspective on that?
Yes, I'm happy to share some thoughts. So, first of all, congratulations to Mauritius for taking this decisive step. I think developing the institutional capacity to deal with cyber diplomacy questions is something that every country can be or should be thinking about. But as you rightly point out, most governments actually do not have that capacity. Even if you think and look at the EU member states, not all member states have, for instance, appointed the position of cyber ambassador. In some of the teams within the ministries of foreign affairs, those questions are dealt, for instance, by the parts of the ministries of foreign affairs working on global affairs. In others, they do indeed have a dedicated cyber diplomacy team. But having said that, I think what we really have to acknowledge is that those questions are increasingly becoming the subject of international conversations, which also means that they require the human capacity within the institutions, whether ministries of foreign affairs or frankly, another ministry within the national setting that deals with ICT security and international questions and might have better resources to really be actively engaged in those conversations. And what we have seen, for instance, over the past few years, as part of the open-ended working group at the United Nations, where, as I said, all members of the UN can participate and make contributions, there is still quite a significant underrepresentation, for instance, of voices from Africa. So if you really want to connect it then to my talk about the importance of values in building resilience, that's something that we really need more of, because otherwise, as a region, you cannot necessarily be sure that the values, principles, and norms maybe that you would like to see developed are making it to the final drafts of the documents. Now, when we really think about the role of those specific units that are being created, because I think that's something that really needs to be reflected upon. The ministries of foreign affairs indeed play a very big role in the representation of a country within those international organizations, be it the United Nations. We also have the ongoing negotiations of the Cybercrime Treaty, which I haven't mentioned. The discussion about responsible state behavior is primarily in the first committee. So these are two different parallel processes going on that do require diplomats increasingly to have this understanding of how the use of ICTs impacts their work, but also impacts the interests of their countries. So when we think about what are those tasks of the teams that are being particularly created within the MFAs, I would say that there are primarily two goals that they will have to ensure. One is the implementation, and that's the increasing focus of the international discussion of this framework of responsible state behavior that the UN has accepted in the report of the open-ended working group. And we have this normative framework that will require implementation when it comes, for instance, to cooperation among CERTs, or when it comes to providing assistance to third countries that may require your assistance if they see an attack originating from your territory. It might also require the need to create the capacity and mechanisms for cooperation between your crisis response centers, for instance. So these are all let's say, mechanisms where the involvement of the ministries of foreign affairs is always required. Now, the important thing to stress, and as I said, I'm happy to see that such structure is being created within the ministries of foreign affairs. However, we have to keep in mind that this is never a singles organization task. And I think that's the important point when we think about cyber diplomacy and moving forward, that diplomacy actually becomes, to some extent, the object of the work of everybody. And there is this need for cooperation between the ministries of foreign affairs, ministries of ICT, ministries of justice or home affairs, depending on what you have in your country, to make sure that the conversations that are taking place among the diplomats are not completely detached to other objectives and the goals of the organizations that will be later responsible for putting all this in practice. And we very often see national cybersecurity strategies that are being developed that the later are not implemented because states either don't have the capacities or those who are really responsible for the implementation were not involved from the beginning. So let's think and keep in mind this big principle or the rule of capacity building that needs to be whole of government and whole of society approach. Also when we think about cyber diplomacy. I hope that answers your question at this point.
Yeah, definitely. It's and thanks for bringing in the perspective from, especially from this part of the world. Any more questions on this subject to Patrick, maybe, from the audience? Our host, Kalim, from CERT-MU, has a question.
Thanks, Patrick, for joining us from that far. I know you're in Istanbul and you're busy. Just one thing, Patrick, as we have been talking about, and especially like a cyber diplomacy component, and like even we have been talking with Africa CERT as well. Cyber diplomacy component is something which each and every country in Africa, they want to have that sort of adoption of those norms and capacity building measures. And since we are talking to the different countries, they are already working onto those lines. So maybe as we discussed last time, there has to be some sort of capacity which could be organized along with the Africa CERT and then the CERT, other CERTs into the region where we can connect to these CERTs as well as all those other stakeholders, specifically the way norms they are defined as, because if we talk in terms of the critical infrastructures, so that kind of audience we can organize together, plus as well as all other people from the different stakeholders like Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other institutions who are involved accordingly, so that what it will happen is this will clearly define their roles, and it will also facilitate in terms of implementing these norms much more easily. So I think that's what I was wanted to pass on to you, and maybe accordingly if that sort of a discussion could be engaged with, that will be really helpful for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalim. I think it's an excellent point you've made about the need to bring together not only people who are involved in the development of and implementation of cyber norms, but also those organizations that are to some extent the target of those norms and provisions that have been put in the UNGG report. And you know the topic very well as a member of the group of governmental experts. And I think it's exactly the type of approach that maybe sometimes is missing. So absolutely, I subscribe to the proposal that you have made, and probably the hub would be a very good mechanism to sort of ensure that better coordination, because we do see very often that the norms that have been decided at the UN level or sort of endorsed by the states, a lot of the actors that are the subject of those norms or provisions are not even aware that they are those subjects, that there are certain obligations or commitments that the governments have undertaken by voting for the specific reports, and that then they need to be carried afterwards. And frankly, I think that's a very good approach to make sure as well that in the discussion about norm of implementation, we can also advance our thinking about what is it that's still missing? What are the aspects that the diplomats who are experts in the fields, but nonetheless not always familiar with the nitty-gritty details of the work of CERTs, for instance, have not taken into consideration. I think a very clear example that we have seen recently was, for instance, first disconnecting Russian members of the community from their approach as a consequence of the US imposed sanctions. This need for thinking about humanitarian exceptions or exceptions in general is something that, for instance, could be explored a bit more. But I would probably go even further, Kalim, in thinking that it doesn't need to be only thinking about the involving different institutions, but also trying to think about how you in your national legislation or policy frameworks can already ensure that some of the norms are being taken on board. And from the EU side, we have a lot of different examples of how some of the norms that we have in the UNGG reports do correspond to some of the commitments and solutions that the EU has implemented in its national or regional solutions, even though, of course, those were not necessarily driven by the GG reports themselves. So the NIS directive is a very good illustration of how different solutions that have been put on the table in those UN reports can be implemented at the regional and national level later on. And as said earlier, we had this conversation. I'll be more than happy to engage in the discussion. We've discussed it as well with colleagues from Cyber4Dev. So there's a lot of ground and willingness to work on those issues. So let's do it.
Thank you, Patrick. As I don't see any further questions, let's give to Patrick a big hand.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
And thanks for joining us, and thanks for these really frank contributions that you made to our discussion today. So now we will have our last presentation before lunch, and the topic of this presentation is going to be especially interesting, because we will start talking about some topics that are actually not really relating to Africa. So we will now go straight to Latin America, and we will have two contributions to this subject. First of all, we have my good colleague Merili Soosalu, who is coordinating the activities of our project in Latin America. And the title of the presentation is actually about a different continent, but the story is similar. So let's hear about it, and let's hear what this project has done in a very different place than Africa. So Merili first, and then Omar de los Santos from Dominican Republic. Merili, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good day to you all. Can I have the hand microphone, please? There is. Okay. No, the hand microphone. Oh, the hand microphone. Thank you very much, and good day to you all. Bonjour à tous. So I'm very glad to be here today with you, and I'm Merili Soosalu. I'm the partner leader of the Estonian side of this project, and I'm also the regional coordinator of our activities in the Latin America and Caribbean region. And Cyber4Dev, even though this week we really concentrate on our activities in Africa and how to build cybersecurity in Africa, Cyber4Dev is a global project. We operate today in 3 different regions. As of to date, we have 9 priority countries around Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and also a number of associate countries in this region. And I work mostly with Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, and Ecuador that have been our priority countries since 2019. And as Hannes said, of course, in cybersecurity, challenges are everywhere the same. I think we also heard it already yesterday in the policy panel. The main challenges remain, whether it's in Estonia, in Ecuador, the issues are the same. It's the lack of human resources, it's the lack of awareness, it's the lack of financial resources. And therefore, maybe with my small overview of what we've done in the LAC region, you can also get some food for thought of possible activities here in the African region. So with the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, and Costa Rica, we worked since 2019, and we worked mostly in all 3 axes of our project scope. We work on the policy side, working on the national cybersecurity strategies. We work on the critical infrastructure policies. We work on the data protection laws. We have delivered many technical trainings to different certs, not only national certs, but also working with sectorial certs. we've done maturity level cert assessments, assessing the progress, and we really also try to foster this international cooperation in the region, because in the end, in the cyber, no country is an island, even though Mauritius is and Dominican Republic is, but we all share this global cyberspace together. And from the beginning, Dominican Republic really stood out as a natural hub for our activities in the LAC. Not only because they have this unique position being a Caribbean island, but a Spanish-speaking island in the middle of English-speaking islands, but also because they really had this high-level political commitment to work on digital agenda, to work on cybersecurity, and to work with us. And quite quickly, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Presidency of the Dominican Republic. And today I'm very glad that with me here are my good colleagues Omar and Felipe from the Dominican Republic, who work in the National Cybersecurity Center in the Santo Domingo, who is our main counterpart in the country. We also have quite strong partnerships with the telecom regulator in the country, Indotel, with the government Office of Digital Solutions and Digital Transformation, OCTIC. We work with the central bank, we work with the Ministry of Defense, and we are really looking forward also to build some cooperation with the third sector. And of course, in the Dominican Republic, with the COVID pandemic, the implementation of the hub wasn't that easy because we all had travel restrictions, we all had lockdowns. But since 1 year, I'm really glad to say that we've delivered numerous conferences, workshops, trainings, not only for the Dominican Republic, but really for the whole region, or at least some part of the region. So there are some examples here that I put on my presentation. In May, after a year of planning, we finally managed to deliver the very first national-wide, high-level tabletop exercise on how to act as a country in case of a large-scale cyber attack. And I think this really served as a basis to understand at the political level why it is so important to have plans and processes in place to make sure that the work division has been done before. Who will talk to the media? Who will be the national coordinator? Who will respond to the international cooperation demands? These are all the questions that came out of this 4-hour high-level tabletop exercise. And I'm very glad to see that already this exercise gave leeway to other related activities, because in January this year, despite all the COVID restrictions we had, we still managed physically to organize a week-long training for 8 Caribbean countries in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, on how to conduct and design cyber security exercises. The week-long training was done, was a mixture of lectures, was a mixture of mentoring, and at the end of the week, each of the 8 countries, they could go home with a concrete exercise designed. How can they do a tabletop at their home? So hopefully in the future we will have another series of training following up on this part. Also in October, together with Indotel, the telecom regulator, and together with the National Cybersecurity Center in the Dominican Republic, we organized a conference for internet service providers about cybersecurity. I think we can all agree that the telecom sector is one of the most important and also most vulnerable sector in cybersecurity, and it was good that together with the help of Cyber4Dev, we managed to bring on Ecuadorian colleagues, I think 5 countries from the Caribbean region, to really share best practices, not only on telecom per se, but also on data protection law and its compliance to the GDPR, where also EU expertise were well needed. And a few months ago, we also organized a trainer coaching workshop, which aim is to actually build and find good experts, good trainers, who on the long term could continue delivering Cyber4Dev trainings once the project ends. So I think these are all the activities that we've done in the region at the regional scope in the Dominican Republic. And I think one good thing that we all have and we all should use as asset, as projects, as countries, is that we are not alone. Projects are limited in scope. They can only do small number of activities. Countries have limited resources, but together we can do better. We are bigger. And this is something I really focused a lot in the Caribbean region, to work with other international players, to work with other countries, to work with other EU projects. One that really stands out in the Latin America is our cooperation with the Organization of American States. This is the regional organization that regroups 35 countries in the region, and they really have the long-standing knowledge, expertise, and last but not least, the perfect skills of Spanish that you really need in that region to help us to deliver different activities. So more specifically, we work closely with the OIS Committee on Fight Against Terrorism, who is also responsible of cybersecurity, and together with them, we review national cybersecurity strategies, but we also work together with CSERT Americas. That is an organization that regroups OIS member states' national and governmental certs to deliver different trainings. And I think the biggest benefits for us is that we can bring in the really good Estonian and EU expertise on cybersecurity, and they can really help us with this regional knowledge, the language, also maybe cultural differences. So in the end, we all come out bigger together. And cooperation with the EU and other EU projects is not any less important. I think a special mention should go to the EU CyberNet project that also operates now in the LAC region, and they are opening this, I have to look it out exactly, what does it say? The Latin American Caribbean Cyber Competence Center, called LAC4. It will open its door in May, at the end of May, in 3 weeks, and it will serve as a training and knowledge hub for sharing this EU collective expertise in cybersecurity. So most of the activities actually that was mentioned here were also delivered together with EU CyberNet, because they have the physical premises now in Santo Domingo that we can use free as a training premises. So it's again a win-win situation to all of us. So we have really witnessed that cooperation is the key, because as we all know, resources are limited everywhere, especially in cybersecurity. So no effort should go to waste because we are doubling activities or we don't know about each other. So we should really work together. And as a regional coordinator of this project, I will do my best so that we can continue together with other regional players fostering cybersecurity in the Dominican Republic, but also in the regionally via the hub of the Dominican Republic. So now I would like to give the floor to Omar de los Santos, who is my colleague in the DER, who's the coordinating director of the cybersecurity strategies, who can maybe give you a view of the DER's perspective of how they work with us, how they work as a hub, how they work as a country. Thank you.
Good morning, or maybe good afternoon. It's almost time to lunch. We are really glad to be here. On behalf of the Prime Minister of Dominican Republic, I would like to give the thanks to Cyber4Dev project, because we have been receiving enough support. We are here sharing and knowing all your effort that you are doing in cybersecurity, and that for us is very important because everybody knows that cybersecurity must be only one unit in order to support or to respond as a whole unit, okay, in the other world, okay? So, the National Cybersecurity Center was established by a decree in 2080. It have one council, and that council is in charge of the Prime Minister also, too. The ecosystem of cybersecurity in Dominican Republic actually has two sectoral sphere, one for financial and the other for defense. Okay. Recently, we update our national cybersecurity strategy because the last one was updated on December. So now we have a different perspective. That perspective was received different recommendation. We also received recommendation from different organizations, including the project Cyber4Dev or different experts also from different organizations. Definitely, without cooperation, it's not possible to do or to advance in any effort because nobody has enough funds. Okay, so it is important to let you know that we received support from the Organization of American States, and also we have a very, very defined intention with a high-level political decision from the government because the national digital transformation strategy is in charge of a cabinet, and that cabinet is the leadership of that cabinet is our president of the Dominican Republic. Okay. Also, the National Cybersecurity Center have his internal sphere, part of his structure, is at this time is already part of the first forum. Okay. Also, we have been receiving support, enough cooperation from the Department of State Department of U.S., different kind of cooperation, and it has been very beneficial for us because that has allowing us to move in different aspects of the strategy. Okay. As merely was mentioned, we have the opportunity to be let's say, the local facility for the LAC 4, that will be a very interesting facility because it will allow us to be part of the hub in Dominican Republic that will be sharing expertise to all Caribbean and Latin American CERT that are that will be part of and will be integrated into this interesting initiative. Cyber4Dev has been with us from September. We signed an agreement of cooperation agreement directly with the presidency. We have been receiving enough support from different perspectives. We have been receiving support, and we are planning to do too many other important activity. We have been updating our data protection law. All the experts from Cyber4Dev has been recommending all her perspective in compliance with the General Data Protection Resolution. The same way, we are preparing some specialized training and seminar for CISO because we are planning to let's say, prioritize the information security, dividing from the structural in the whole public state from the information technology. That is something that is in process right now. Also, we are working with the logistic and with the support for delivering the training for the implementation of the national cybersecurity, and will be in some way the host or the pilot. We appreciate that intention from Cyber4Dev, because at this time we are moving to our next update of our national cybersecurity strategy, and that we will have definitely to define the next action plan and to see a number of indicators that must be impacted, because we are aligned to our national strategy of digital transformation. So it is important for us, this kind of support, and also see all the experience that could be shared from other countries in terms of how they have been developing their local strategy in cybersecurity too, okay? So for this time, I just can say thanks to Cyber4Dev, and also for all of you that has been sharing all your effort and letting us to know what have you done and how you have reached all your challenge and mitigate all your risk. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much. I hope that this view into a very different region was interesting. So any questions to the audience right now, from the audience right now? Or I'll abuse my position once again and ask the first question myself, is probably more towards Merily. So what kind of, you have seen the discussion here. So what kind of similarities you can bring out besides lack of resources, etc., between different regions? Like what could we learn from the LAC region here?
That's a very good, difficult question, Hannes. I think one common issue that we face in different regions is governmental instability, and how to overcome that, how to overcome when your counterparts change all the time. So what we really try to do is not only put all our eggs in the same basket, but to diversify activities with different institutions, different sectors, to make sure that there's always this continuity. And what I've heard from here, although this seminar focuses much on the governmental sector, it's also important to work with other partners to keep going.
Any other questions, or are we already thinking about lunch? Well, yeah. Seems like we are thinking about lunch. So
no one wants to stand between the conference and the lunch. So
yes. So thank you very much. Let's give a good hand to our presenters. And now we head towards the lunch, the same place as yesterday. And what time do we have to be back here? From 1:30. We will be back here. So see you later, and enjoy the food. It was lovely yesterday.
you.